Welcome to Aisyiyah University of Surakarta. Aisyiyah University of Surakarta is a higher education institution owned by the Aisyiyah Organization, the biggest Islamic women organization in Indonesia. We are the transformation from Aisyiyah Surakarta Health Sciences College and officially transformed on February 18, 2020, having a future vision to become a superior competitive university based on Islamic values, progressing at the national level by 2025. The campus has been accredited B, and in 2020, it became the best Aisyiyah college in Indonesia. According to Surakarta version, we have two main campuses in Surakarta City. There are 3 faculties and 9 study programs such as Faculty of Health Sciences, focus on nursing, midwifery, and physiotherapy. Faculty of Economics and Business, focus on business retail management and entrepreneurship. Faculty of Science and Technology, focus on system and information technology. To improve the education quality for the whole campus family, we provide digital library, multimedia, CBD, clinical laboratory, entrepreneurship, integrated mini hospital, Aisyiyah Medical Center, full AC classroom, digital-based service system, canteen and sports arena. And we have cooperation with a lot of campuses in Asia and Europe. In addition, the campus also holds job fair activities every year to absorb campus graduates into the world of work. And what's different from other campuses? Aisyiyah University Surakarta has the most affordable tuition fees in Soloraya and the only university belonging to the largest women's organization in Indonesia. So what are you waiting for? Come join us, Aisyiyah University of Surakarta, leading in character qualities.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin. But allow me first to convey the rule that must be obeyed during this online international webinar, including participants are expected to always turn on the video during the webinar. Participants must turn off the microphone during the webinar. Please use your real name on the Zoom account and dress modestly. Participants who are ignore the rule will be removed from the meeting room. We ask that everyone make sure to have registered on the registration link that we shared earlier. Certificate is given to participants who have registered and fill the initial absences and then evaluation absences. Pay attention for writing the correct name. Link will be shared on Zoom and YouTube. Certificate can be downloaded on the website of Aisyiyah University or down below. The committee does not accept any complaint of error in writing names, identity, and certificate of participant. And in the discussion session, we invite all participants to ask questions through write on chat room or raise hand and then ask the question directly. That's all the rule that we can convey today. Hopefully all participants can obey them and make today's webinar run well without any problem. And thank you very much for your kind cooperation. As we are about to begin, we would like to invite all participants to enter the Zoom room or YouTube channel of Aisyiyah Official. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as our warmest greeting in International webinar, the synergy of health, business, and technology on recovering of COVID-19 pandemic toward 5.0 era, Aisyiyah University of Surakarta 20 and 21. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Praise is always be given to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for the blessing and guidance so that we all can be here to attend this international webinar. Blessing and salutation to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam for the guidance from the darkness to the light. And may we have his syafaat at the end of the day. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Mayor of Surakarta City, Mr. Gibran Rakabumi. The Honorable Rector of Aisyiyah University of Surakarta, Ms. Riani Wulandari, Magister Keperawatan and the staff. The Honorable Dean of Faculties, lecturers, speakers, and all participants. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gati as the MC for today's webinar. Let me inform to you that today's webinar is organized by 3 continents and 4 countries. Aisyiyah University of Surakarta, Indonesia, Tonghai University, Taiwan, Hassan First University, Morocco, Moscow City University, Russia. Before we start the program, let me inform to you all the program for today. Reciting Holy Quran, National Anthem continued by Mars Sang Surya and Mars Aisyiyah song, welcoming speech, keynote speech, discussion, and then photo session. And the next one is closing. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the program by listening to reciting Holy Quran that is going to be delivered by Ms. Siti Mutmainah, student of Bachelor of Nursing Aisyiyah University of Surakarta. Ms. Siti, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wadduha Wal-laili idza saja ma wadda'aka rabbuka wa ma qala walal akhiratu khairul laka minal ula walasawfa yu'tika rabbuka rabbuka fatarda. Alam yajidka yatiman fa'awa. Wa wajadaka dhallan fahada. Wa wajadaka 'ailan fa'aghna. Fa'ammal yatima fala taqhar. Fa'ammas sa'ila fala tanhar. Fa'amma bini'mati rabbika fahaddits. Shadaqallahul azim. And I, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
National Anthem Indonesia Raya, followed by Mars Sang Surya and Mars Aisyiyah song. All audience are kindly requested to stand up.
Seru
Please have a seat. Welcoming speech. We would like to invite Ms. Riani Wulandari, Magister Keperawatan, as the Rector of Aisyiyah University of Surakarta to deliver a speech. To Ms. Riani Wulandari, Magister Keperawatan, time is yours. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And we attend and gather in this international webinar, which organized by Aisyiyah University of Surakarta. Peace and salutation always be given to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has taught us respectfully in order to attain happiness and prosperous life in this world and hereafter. Our distinguished guests, we want to say thanks to the Mayor of Surakarta City and all the honorable speakers for their valuable time for sharing their knowledge and experiences in this international webinar. This international webinar is organized by Aisyiyah University of Surakarta with the title of The Synergy of Health, Business and Technology on Recovering of Pandemic COVID-19 toward 5.0 era. The pandemic that occurred on Earth is not a sad thing to regret. This is an important lesson given by God to make us better, independent, and full of innovation to build the country. Even though it had an impact on all elements of society, which was previously unthinkable for this to happen. The impact of this pandemic doesn't only occur in the health sector, but also a recession that can become an economic threat. The COVID-19 pandemic is one of the challenges which expected to be minimized by applying the concept of Society 5.0, where it can be seen how the role of this concept becomes a focus of the work community in dealing with various problems, especially in realizing a new adaptation known as the new normal. Several countries have declared a peace with this pandemic situation, which means they will try to coexist with this virus. As a conclusion, COVID-19 will not disappear from people's daily lives. The concept of Society 5.0 make them use technology and digital data to fulfill their daily lifestyle in an effort to get happiness through new ways, which are imagined through ideas and creativity. In this era, everything that happens in life will be translated with artificial intelligence that it will be transformed with millions of data via internet or Internet of Things. And the result of the translation will create a new knowledge that will improve human ability in opening up opportunities for humanity. 5.0 era offers a people-centered society which balances the economic with solving social problems through a system that is highly connected to cyberspace and the real world. Here, where data is connected and driven in all human life today into the future, to technology created to make it easier for humans to meet the needs of life. 5.0 era is an interaction of innovation and welfare where it can create added value by implementing new solutions to existing problems in multidimensional aspects. All innovation and well-being is revolutionizing conventional habits becoming digital, which offers convenience and time and cost efficiency to facilitate the need for happiness as well as other needs. Thus arises a symbiotic mutualism between innovation and prosperity. And we hope that this international webinar can be useful as an effort to expand information to the public, students, and lecturers. And we hope that this international webinar will run well and be a blessing. Congrats to everyone who has participated in this international webinar. We hope all you can get a lot of benefit from this event. We apologize for any mistake we made and thank you for your interest and attention to this international webinar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we also welcome to our Mayor of Surakarta City, Mr. Gibran Rakabuming, to deliver a speech. To Mr. Gibran, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pandemi COVID-19 telah membawa dampak yang mempengaruhi berbagai sektor. Sektor pendidikan harus menerapkan pembelajaran jarak jauh. Pada sektor ekonomi, pelaku UMKM dituntut masuk dan memanfaatkan sistem digital dalam penjualan mereka. Pemerintah dan seluruh elemen masyarakat telah bekerja sama dalam memutus rantai penyebaran COVID-19. Masyarakat mau tidak mau harus memanfaatkan teknologi yang ada agar dapat bertahan dan segera bangkit dari pandemi. Implementasi iptek di tengah pandemi sangat penting dalam menjawab permasalahan yang ada di masyarakat. Semua pihak dituntut berinovasi, memanfaatkan iptek di berbagai segi kehidupan. Semua itu merupakan adaptasi baru di tengah pandemi COVID-19. Saat ini, capaian vaksinasi di Kota Solo sudah sangat tinggi, Vaksinasi dilakukan dengan berbagai inovasi, mulai dari vaksin mobil keliling hingga vaksinasi door-to-door. Saat ini PPKM di Solo sudah berada di level 2, berbagai kegiatan masyarakat sudah mulai dilonggarkan, namun dengan tetap menerapkan protokol kesehatan yang ketat dan dilaksanakan secara hybrid. Saya berharap masyarakat untuk terus mematuhi protokol kesehatan serta mendukung program vaksinasi. Jika bisa dilakukan, saya yakin Kota Solo akan segera turun level PPKM yang pada akhirnya event-event dapat lebih sering dilaksanakan. Saya menyambut baik kegiatan webinar internasional sinergitas antara kesehatan, bisnis, dan teknologi dalam pemulihan pasca pandemi COVID-19 menuju era 5.0. Sudah saatnya generasi muda untuk terjun dalam pengabdian masyarakat dengan memanfaatkan ilmu yang mereka miliki. Jadikan kegiatan ini sebagai sarana bertukar wawasan dan informasi sehingga kita dapat menyatukan strategi dan sinergi antara kesehatan, bisnis, dan teknologi dalam pemulihan pasca pandemi COVID-19 menuju era 5.0. Selamat mengikuti webinar, semoga bermanfaat bagi kita semua. Sekian, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The next program is keynote speech, which will be conducted by Ms. Siska Ningtyas, Magister of Science in Nursing and Midwifery. Good morning, Ms. Siska.
Good morning, Miss.
How are you today?
I'm fine.
Are you ready for this special webinar?
I shall be ready.
Okay, then. Okay, Ms. Siska, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Miss Gati.
You're most welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the International Webinar 2021 with the theme of the Synergy of Health, Business, and Technology on Recovering of Pandemic COVID-19 toward 5.0 era, conducted by Aisyiyah University of Surakarta. Thank you for providing time to attend this international webinar. I am Siska, the moderator of today's event. I'm very happy to see you here and welcome all of you to this event. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate it if you could fill out the attendance and evaluation form provided by the link on the sharing screen, and please mute the microphone of the video during the presentation. Before I introduce our speakers, I would like to inform the rule of this session. For each speaker, have 30 minutes for delivering their presentation. Following the submission from Ms. Riani to our speakers. And then if you have any question, you can write it down on the chat room, and the questions will be summarized and answered at the Q&A session. Before we move on to the material session, I would like to read the curriculum vitae of the first speaker. Our first speaker is Ms. Hermawati, Magister of Nursing. She comes from Jebres, Surakarta, Indonesia. Her interested area is emergency nursing. She also lectures at Aisyiyah University in nursing faculty. She also has several publications of emergency nursing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our first speaker today, Ms. Hermawati. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. K, for this time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hermawati. I'm from Aisyiyah University of Surakarta. Okay, today I'm going to talk about health after the COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. I'm sorry, my slide, please. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, what is the COVID-19? I know you already know about COVID-19, but it doesn't matter if I will explain again about it. COVID-19 is a disease caused by infection with the severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus. We say always COV2. COVID-19 can cause respiratory system disorder, ranging for mild symptoms such as flu, lung infection, and such as pneumonia. The coronavirus pandemic has claimed the lives of more than 1 million people and infected more than 33 million worldwide. This new type of viral infection, SARS-CoV-2, had a tremendous impact, especially on the health of the world's people. This virus infects people with various accompanying health conditions. However, it turns out that those who can be infected are not only of older age or have comorbid condition. Young people who appear healthy don't always have mild symptoms, but they can also become seriously ill. The new coronavirus gave birth to a new disease that we know as COVID-19 now, with an infection that attacks the respiratory organs and other organs of the body. Therefore, the Indonesian government is trying to control its spread. As you can see, how the development and spread of the coronavirus. First, COVID cases were first announced to the public on March 2nd, 2020. And data as of March 31, 2020, saw the number of confirmed cases was 1,528 cases, with the number of deaths being 136 cases. This incident has triggered all levels of society and the government to prepare themselves to deal with this COVID-19 outbreak through strategies and policies. The government strategies and policies are as follows. Number one, large-scale social restriction and enforcement of restriction on community activities. Indonesia doesn't implement a lockdown system for reason other than requiring large funds. The lockdown is deemed less effective. The implementation of a restriction on community activities has been a policy of the Indonesian government since early 2021 to deal with one COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. Prior to the implementation of restriction, the government had implemented large-scale social restriction that took place in a number of regions in Indonesia. How about hand wash? Hand wash were frequently with soap and running water. Hand washing facilities available in public places. And for a cough etiquette, cover mouth and nose when coughing and sneezing using folded elbow or tissue. And don't forget to always wearing a mask. Next, social distancing. It means keep physical distance. Don't leave the house and don't gather. And the last number, quarantine. About quarantine, on November 2nd, 2021, the government issued a new regulation regarding quarantine as follows. International travelers who receive first dose of vaccine, mandatory 5 days quarantine. International travelers who receive second dose of vaccine, mandatory 3 days quarantine. The reduction in the quarantine period is based on the calculation that 3 days before people travel abroad, they have carried out a PCR test. Then during the quarantine period in Indonesia, travelers will also be given second PCR test. Ladies and gentlemen, infection prevention and control is an effort to prevent and minimize the occurrence of infection in patients, staff, visitors, and the community around healthcare facilities. One of the infectious disease that is currently the main focus worldwide is COVID-19. This pandemic encourages healthcare facilities to strengthen infection prevention and control activities. Other government strategies and policies related to infection prevention and control in healthcare facilities with the following principles. We can see this about protocol for patient. Before going to the hospital, patients should perform registration by telephone or online if required and the facility is available, and report conditions, symptoms, and complaints. And patients should do consultation with doctor or nurse through telemedicine facilities if possible. How about when going to the hospital? Patients should always wear a mask, prepare their own hand sanitizer, don't touch face, especially mouth, nose, and eyes. Visiting the hospital service department according to the schedule agreement. And how about while in the hospital? Patients should always wear a mask too. It is mandatory to wash hands with soap and running water during 40 to 60 seconds or with hand sanitizer for 20 to 30 seconds. And don't forget to keep a distance from other patient more than 1 meter included in this wet stare and lip access. Don't touch the face, especially the mouth, nose, and eyes. And don't forget to report the condition or system and of illness honestly to the officer. Don't go in and out of the room so as not to be infected or transmit disease to other patients. And when out of hospital, patients should always wear masks. Must wash hand with soap and running water during 40 to 60 seconds or with hand sanitizer for 20 to 30 seconds. At the last, and keep a distance more than 1 meter. How about protocol for officer? Before going to the hospital, ensure that the body is in good health, and when sick, immediately go to the health facility. The officer should report to the leader of sick and rest at home until healed. Don't wear jewelry or other accessories to the hospital. Always wear a mask, prepare their own hand sanitizer, use the safest transportation, and keep their distance from another patient. How about while in the hospital? The officer enters through a separate step door from the patient or patient door visitors. For officer who will make contact with changing patient personal clothes with hospital clothes and leave it in locker. Must wash hand with soap and running water during 40 to 60 seconds and with hand sanitizer for 20 to 30 seconds. Always wear a surgical mask when working. This infection prevention and control principle can work effectively if it is carried out as responsibly by all society, and of course, good awareness is needed. COVID-19 vaccine implementation. The government has started the COVID-19 vaccination program in Indonesia on Wednesday, January 13, 2021. This is one of the principles of prevention and control of COVID-19 in public health centers. Health services both in hospital and in community health center must continue to run even in a pandemic condition, which is regulated as follows. A. Arrangement of visit schedules of service flow. B. Screening and triage. Screening is the application of patient based on triage, and triage is the sorting of patient based on emergencies. C. Health protocol, consisting of using a mask, hand wash, and physical distancing procedures for using personal protective equipment. These activities still pay attention to the implementation, the principle of infection prevention and control. How about COVID-19 implementation? In fact, the result of the vaccine shows success. Indonesia can reduce the number of patients exposed to the coronavirus. Until November 21, the injection of the COVID-19 vaccine in Indonesia has reached more than 200,000 injections. The vaccination coverage was achieved to optimal efforts and mutual cooperation with all parties. The Ministry of Health continues to increase the acceleration of vaccination by opening mass vaccination or vaccination centers in many places. This is done through collaboration with various elements of society. The government continues to strive for the availability of vaccine and accelerates the vaccine program so that more people are protected. By vaccination and implementing strict health protocols, more and more people will be protected from COVID-19. Please take a look at the table. This is table of current COVID-19 vaccination situation. We can see this table that total first dose of vaccine that has been given, 63,524 and have been vaccinated. Total second dose of vaccine that has been given is 40,537 and have been vaccinated. Total dose of vaccine that has been given is 82.71 and have been vaccinated. For the especially third vaccination or booster vaccination is prioritized for health workers, while the general public is considered not to need a booster vaccine. Indonesia is one of the countries that can control COVID-19 cases. Vaccination activities starting from January 3, 2021 until now have had a positive impact. Data from the COVID-19 handling task force on November 23, 2021 shows that the addition of new infection cases in Indonesia is quite low at 394 cases, bringing the total to 4,253,992 confirmed infection cases. For cases of death, the number has increased by 5, bringing the total death cases related to COVID-19 in the country to 143,744 cases. Finally, there are 40 and 34 cases of infection report to be cured, so that the total number of recovered cases increased to 4,102,323. We hope that the cases of COVID-19 don't increase and decrease, and the recovery rate increase, and the death rate doesn't exist. Ladies and gentlemen, this is case chart in a province in Indonesia. We can see the highest active cases are in Papua province, followed by Central Java and West Java province. This is due to the implementation of health protocol by community that has not been optimal. Meanwhile, the highest recovered cases are in the province of Jakarta and West Java, follow Central Java and East Java. For cases of death, there are many in the province of Central Java, East Java, and West Java. Okay, this is slide about the long COVID-19 phenomenon. Long COVID is a symptom of COVID-19 that lasts longer than 4 weeks, whereas in ordinary COVID-19, the symptom will halt in about 2 weeks. A study conducted by scientists from the University of Birmingham, United Kingdom, analyzed 27 studies in long COVID-19 to describe the most common symptom and long COVID-19 and find out about early predictors. As you can see, the result of research from the Faculty of Medicine, University of Indonesia conducted a survey of 463 respondents, which showed that as many as 63.5% of the entire population. The survey turned out to have long COVID-19 symptoms. From the percentage, there are various symptoms, starting from persistent fatigue, headache, shortness of breath, and coughing. The World Health Organization said that long COVID can become a pandemic in a pandemic. What percentage of those who then complain for a long time? There are no exact figures. However, data from various countries states that at least around 10% to 20% of COVID-19 patients still experience various complaints, even monthly and weekly. COVID survivor Indonesia releases long COVID data. It was reported that of the 496 people, 349 or 70% experience long COVID-19 symptom. Continuous symptom or COVID-19 are still felt for at least 4 weeks since the initial symptoms. And another report are 70% of survivors experience long COVID, 70% are women and the rest are men, 50% are 31 to 45 years old. Another 30% are 20 to 30 years old, there is under the age range for 25 to 30 years old. Ladies and gentlemen, is long COVID-19 the same as COVID-19? The long COVID-19 phenomenon that occurs in PCR positive patients is a phenomenon that has occurred during the COVID-19 pandemic. Long COVID-19 usually occurs in patients with mild complaint or mild symptom. The term long COVID-19 or post-acute COVID-19 is a symptom that is still experienced by a person, but experienced by COVID-19 survivor and patient who are still experiencing symptoms such as when infected with COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, symptoms of long COVID are physical symptoms of long COVID have two problems. For the first problem, physical symptoms of long COVID. Symptoms experienced by long COVID patients are the same as experienced in COVID-19 symptoms such as excessive fatigue, breathing problems, joint pain, and chest pain. The most common symptoms during long COVID are headache, myalgia, or muscle pain, aches, and so on. And the second problem is psychological symptoms of long COVID. In addition to general physical symptoms that can occur during long COVID, there are reports the patient has psychological disorder after being infected with COVID-19. This complaint, which is classified as post-COVID, occurs 3 months after the initial symptom of the COVID disease. Usually, post-COVID complaints last for at least 2 months. The symptoms can be new or appear immediately after recovering from an acute condition of the COVID-19 attack and can also persist since the beginning of the COVID-19 illness until several months later. So, what's the impact of long COVID? the impact of long COVID certainly causes disruption to a person's quality of life and living their daily lives due to physical and psychological disturbances by COVID-19. The impact of long COVID is not only physical, but functionally the patient has not recovered. Many have lost their jobs. This will affect the family economic, of course. Ministry of Manpower survey released last January saw 70.8% of companies had laid off workers. 25.6% had laid off workers, and 10% have done both. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I hope this world is free from COVID-19 and we can live in peace again. I think that's all for my presentation today. If I have a mistake, I apologize. Thank you for your attention. See you next time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, come close to our first speaker. We finally come to the end of the first presentation. Thank you, Ms. Hermawati, for giving such an informative and interesting presentation. Now we are going to the next section, the submission of the certificate from Ms. Riani to Ms. Hermawati. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we remind you again, if you have any question, you can write it down on the chat room, and the question will be summarized and answered at the Q&A session. Our distinguished participant, now we are going to the next speaker. Our second speaker is Ms. Aulia, Magister of Management. Ms. Aulia is a lecturer at Aisyiyah University in Retail Management Faculty. Her interest area is marketing management. She also has several publications of marketing management and adoption of technology for small medium enterprises. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our first speaker today, Ms. Aulia. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Siska, for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, through this virtual meeting, sitting in front of you, I am Kuswatan Hasana, or you can call me Aulia. I'm a lecturer at Retail Management Universitas Aisyiyah Surakarta, or Aisyiyah University of Surakarta, in Faculty of Business and Economy. Okay, before I start the presentation, let me share a screen. Okay, have you seen my slide? Okay. So now I'm going to talk about business in the recovery era after the pandemic COVID-19 in Indonesia. Okay, let's have a little flashback on how it started. So the first case appeared on March 2nd, 2020. Our president, Indonesian president, Mr. Joko Widodo, announced that some people were confirmed positive for COVID-19. This was the first case in Indonesia. After the first case appeared, day by day, the cases of COVID-19 continue to grow. As Mrs. Hermawati said before this, the increase of COVID-19 cases is not only happening in Indonesia, but also in many countries. So we have been fighting this pandemic for almost 2 years. Okay, after the coronavirus entered Indonesia, the government created a pandemic handling policy. As we call it in Indonesia, PSBB, or means that large-scale social restriction. PSBB is the first term imposed by the government to anticipate the spread of the coronavirus in April 2020. And its implementation, PSBB closed all non-essential offices and industrial activities. So let's talk about the essential sector first. So essential sector is like finance and banking only cover insurance, and then banks and financial institution. And the second is capital market. And the third for the essential sector is information and communication technology, includes cellular operator, data center, internet, and then media that related to the dissemination of information to the public. And the fourth is hotel for quarantine handling. And the last is export-oriented industry. And non-essential sector is like cafe, and then restaurant, shopping center, including malls, and then public parks, and also the sport center. Government also limited the number of passengers of public transportation. For example, if the capacity of the bus is 40, it's only allowed to have a half of the capacity and ban dine-in for restaurant in order to minimize people interaction. The second is PPKM, or you can say enforcement of restriction on community activities. PPKM is a policy to limit community activities. This policy was made because the number of COVID-19 increased. It happened when after Christmas and also New Year. However, this policy is more loose than PSBB. A number of business and office activities have been allowed to operate where their capacity restriction and strict health protocol are implemented. So with this policy, there are several sectors in Indonesia that are affected. You can mention it, or you can remind about this. So here they are. With this policy, there are several sectors in Indonesia which are affected. Some of them are transportation, and then hotel, and then retail, and culinary. So let's talk about transportation first. The existence of a policy to carry out work from home greatly affects the transportation sector. Even several airlines in Indonesia suffered due to this policy. Also, many buses in Indonesia had to stop its operation because we know that people have to stay at home. The second is retail. Restriction on operating hours of shopping center or malls reduce trade transaction and the money flows. The third is culinary. The prohibition or restriction for dining in has reduced the turnover of restaurant and cafe. For some people, dining in is recreational, right? So if the restaurant and cafe aren't allowed to dine in their, so their income will be decreased. The last is hotel. The ban on traveling outside the city and the closure of tourist attraction have made the hotel and resort lack of visitor. Okay, so I took data from BPS, Badan Pusat Statistik, or you can call it as a Central Bureau of Statistics. We can see from the data the impact of government policies result to 28.37% change marketing style, such as move to e-commerce and sell their product in a roadside. The second is 25.73% reduce their operational costs, such as reduce the or cutting of salary or closing down some of their outlets. These are done to reduce the company's operational costs so the company can survive longer. The third is 20.35% looking for cheaper new material. As we know that this pandemic has made supply chain problematic, so that the price of raw material has increased. If companies, especially manufacturing companies, don't look for alternative, the cost of their product will be even greater. To revive the economy, government announced the policy for offices and industry, so everything can be as before. However, in fact, it cannot be as before because we already have our new habit, right? Okay, to restart the economy so that it can be run normally, the government issued a new normal protocol for offices and industries. A new normal is a step to accelerate the handling of COVID-19 in the health, social, and economic fields. In the economic field, the implementation of the new normal began by instructing shopping places to have a temperature checking facilities, and then places to hand wash, and the enforcement of obligation to wear masks. Okay, now let's have a look to ourselves. Before the pandemic, cashless was just another option because it provides a benefit. But right now, cashless is the main option for our safety. Another example, before the pandemic, we love to dine in at a restaurant or cafe. But now people are more comfortable to enjoy their food at home. With these changes of new behavior, companies have an opportunity to develop to digital services by expanding existing offerings and creating new lines of services. Such as the retailer provide contactless delivery and curbside pickup services for consumer. This acceleration will force companies to rebrand their digital strategies to capture new marketplace opportunities and also digital customer segment. Company must make the right decision to revamp its strategy so that the wheels of business can run best on the new economic situation in 2021. Okay, as you can see from my slide, This is what Pizza Hut and KFC do in Indonesia. Pizza Hut and KFC is one of the big brands in Indonesia. They even sell their product on the roadside. They also lower prices and make some various strategies so that their products are easily accessible to the public. If this isn't due to a pandemic, it is unlikely that this would happen, right? Another example, hotels no longer only offer their rooms, but also food. Consumer can make a purchase online and food will be delivered to their houses. Connecting with the changes of customer habit is really important in this pandemic. The global COVID-19 pandemic has forever changed our experience as customers, employees, citizens, or as a student, also as a humans. And our attitude and behavior are changing as a result. The crisis has fundamentally changed how and what consumers buy and is accelerating immense structural changes in the consumer goods industry. Once the immediate threat of the virus has passed, companies will need to consider the impact of these changes to the way to design and then communicate, build, and run what people need and want. The coronavirus outbreak has forced companies to reevaluate how contact centers are leveraged and how employees deliver relevant customer experiences and where they work. It means that work from home or remotely working or even work from office. And how digital channel can be used to support business continuity through this crisis, such as a website and then e-commerce, information system for business, or now we know as a cloud computing. Cloud computing for nowadays is very, very important for some companies. Okay, talking about business challenges during the pandemic is incomplete without mentioning SMEs, or in Indonesia, we call it as UMKM. If large companies which have already settled can collapse, what about SMEs? SMEs are very important for Indonesian economy. This has been proven in the 2008 crisis, namely the global financial crisis, where the Indonesian economy at that time experienced and accelerated a recovery due to the role of SMEs. So, based on this case, SMEs need to be raised to help accelerated economic recovery in Indonesia. Okay, SMEs are very, very struggling due to this pandemic. Okay, I took data from BPS, Badan Pusat Statistik, or Central Bureau of Statistics. Okay, as you can see, this data based on the result of a survey on the impact of COVID-19 on business owners. The survey period is from 12 October until 23rd October 2020. Okay, this survey was followed by more than 3,000 respondents. In this data, UMKM means SMEs and UMB means large enterprises. Okay, this slide shows head-to-head impact of the pandemic on SMEs and large enterprises. As you can see that 7.29 28% SMEs are stopped operating, and only 3.15% large businesses stop operating. So it proves that SMEs are very vulnerable to this pandemic crisis. Okay, let's go back to the data again. So here are the needs needed by SMEs. The first is tax delay. Second is loan relaxation. The third is marketing. Fourth is electricity bill relief. And the last is business capital. Among those needs, there are three most essential things. There are business capital, and then relief electricity bills, and the third is marketing. Based on this data, business capital becomes very important at this stage. This is needed so the transaction turnover can be increased. Electricity bill relief is needed to reduce operating costs. And also, while marketing is needed to increase the sales. Digitalization for SMEs need to be encouraged to accelerate performance growth. Synergy is needed to help digitize these SMEs. Government programs have been created, and university also need to take a role to help digitize SMEs through community services. Because SMEs need us to support them. SMEs are not only encouraged to digitize, but also provide guidance until they master it. Based on my previous research in 2017, not all the adopters of the technology continue to use their online marketing because they cannot operate optimally and only rely on third parties. These third parties can leave at any time. So that's why they must master it. Okay. I took data again. So in addition to digitalization, there are four competencies. That they have to master it. There are four competencies which need to be posed to deal with the change based on the survey of Center of Innovation and Collaboration from PPM Management. Namely, managerial competencies such as planning, coordinating, and directioning, and solution to a problem, management, and interpersonal skill. So interpersonal skill is like communicating skills and then negotiation skills, such as like that. Once we reach the other side of the pandemic, it will be important to establish long-term strategies for greater resilience and to apply lessons learned from this experience to create a system and talent roadmap for a better company future disruption. Okay, changes always happen. Pandemic and technology make change invisible. Pandemics and technology are forcing business to transform. So for business owner and CEO, need to be prepared to deal with it. Okay, last but not least, disrupt or be disrupted. If we cannot adapt with the situation, will be disrupted. So we have to start the change first. Okay, that's all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'll give the time back to the audiences.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Aulia. Okay, we finally come to the end of the second presentation. Indonesia has several policies on the way to face pandemic COVID-19. Meanwhile, several sectors in Indonesia are affected by this pandemic, including on business sector. In this situation, we have some terms such as new normal and new behavior. The example of the challenge of changing new behavior in business sector are some companies need to make right decisions to reform their strategies so that the wheels of business can run well based on the new economic situation in 2021. Now we are going to the next section, the submission of the certificate from Ms. Riani to Ms. Aulia. Thank you, Ms. Aulia, for giving us such an informative and interesting presentation. The third speaker is Professor Pandan Hao from Tung Hai University of Taiwan, which recommended by TIHTC. Taiwan International Healthcare Training Center, or TIHTC, was established in 2002 by the Ministry of Health and Welfare and executed by Taipei Hospital. In the past 19 years, over 1,800 healthcare professionals from 72 countries have received training through TIHTC, including doctors, nurses, professors, healthcare administrators, health officers, and so forth. So far, TIHTC has trained over 250 Indonesian healthcare professionals from different institutions. If you are interested in any of their training programs, you are so welcome to follow them up on their official website or Facebook for more info. Hello, Professor. Are you there, Professor? Okay, before we move on to the material session, I would like to read the curriculum vitae of Professor Pandan Hao. Pandan Hao, Chief Executive Office of La Vida Teco, Taichung City, Taiwan. He also Tung Hai University, Taiwan, and Institute of Hospital and Healthcare Administration, National Yang-Ming University, Taiwan. His interested area are medical informatics and bioinformatics, cloud computing and data applications of and mobile. He also has several publications and some projects. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our third speaker, Professor Pandan Hao. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Pan. So first, I would like to share my slide. Wait for a moment. Thank you. Okay, if it's okay to hear my voice and see my slide. Okay. So hello, everyone. My name is Pan Ren Hao. I'm from Taiwan. I'm the founder of WaCare Digital Health and also the assistant professor in Zhonghai University. And today, it's very honored to join this session to introduce how we're applying digital health in Taiwan. So I would like to share with you how we use the smart social network for enhancing the health literacy and behavioral change. Okay. So as you can see, the COVID-19 is already changed our lifestyle. Until today, the data is from Johns Hopkins. Till today, it's already 260 million people infected by COVID-19 and total deaths around 5 million. So we realize our lifestyle is totally different as before. And one important thing is almost all the facility is thinking about the digital transformation from the 2020 after the COVID-19 outbreak. So almost all of the facilities, the hospital, the organization is applying digital project. Whatever is about AI or cloud computing, data analytics or IoT, and so on. So I would like to share with you the simple definitions about teletechnology. Especially the teletechnology is most impact in this COVID-19 pandemic. So at the very beginning, the teletechnology is applying for telepharmacy, which is using the teletechnology to support the medication management or medication use and education. And then it's a well-known telemedicine. The telemedicine is applying for clinical services, for remotely doing clinical services like a diagnosis, treatment, or medical condition educations. It's not education, it's the treatment or diagnosis. And then more famous right now is called telehealth. The telehealth is using the telecommunication technology to support whether clinical service or a non-clinical service, for example, the health educations, public health, or administration, and so on. And the other one is digital health. So digital health, including all the category of, for example, telehealth, telemedicine, personalized medicine, or even the IoT devices or wearable devices, or like AI technologies in medical informatics or bioinformatics. I recently had a more brand new term of virtual care. So the virtual care is also similar as that. So it's lovely to see everyone's talking about the AI, talking about the teletechnology, because we did for a long time. In 2014, we already developed many different type of model in university. For example, we create a big data computation and storage cloud environments. This is for the medical or healthcare data for the storage and for processing, so high-speed processing. And then we developed a healthcare big data analytics platform. So in the platforms, we create some models, for example, time series analysis, machine learning, speech analysis, or decision supporting system. So relying on those computational power and analytics platform, so we create many innovative AI applications in medical or healthcare conditions. Okay, so this is an example to show to all of you about how we use the analytics platform to doing like a dynamic time delay analysis for air pollutions with asthma disease. So you can see in a different age group, the peak indicated the risk point. So we can understand the asthma with the PM 2.5 in different age group, when is the risk point. So we can prevent it before it happened. And also we're using the machine learning technology to construct environmental risk factor and prediction model for cerebral or cardio disease. So we compare different type of model like logistic regression, decision tree, support vector machine, or random forest to compare the results. So you can see the same data in different type of model, we got a different result. The more brand new theory, the algorithm, we obtain the better result in that. Okay, so this is in 2016. So all we did is thinking about from problem solving to preventing problem. That's why we did a lot of work at creating the models or create different scenarios to the AI to solving issues. And the focus, the goal is to prevent it. Okay, but the problem is we ask ourselves, sometimes we think a lot of these issues. Can prediction change people's behavior? I think the result is negative because all we did is for publications. We published a lot of articles, but when we trying to applying on real world, we realize it's difficult to achieve to change people's behavior by those technology. But we found a hint. So you can see this figure, this data. Actually, this data is from my mother. In 2014, I brought a smart band to her, and I installed the app in my cell phone, so I can watch her, monitor her every day to see what's the activity level, what is the sleeping quality or sleeping conditions, and I encourage her every day. We contact frequently. In that time, she is quite healthy, but she always stay at home, watch TV, like a couch potatoes, like that. So I encourage her a lot to doing more exercise every day. So you can see after 3 months, high frequency contact, her activity performance is increased over 2 times compared with the first month. And she kept this habit many years until 2017, she got stroke. Okay, so you can see the high activity performance is become her habit. Okay, so and also you can see her sleeping conditions. In the left side is her sleeping quality, very good sleeping quality. She have very stable sleeping conditions and wake up at 9:45 in the morning. But the right side, the condition is bad because she had hypertension. So from this signal, you can see at 3 o'clock in the morning, she's still awake. And also she sleep only a few and wake up very early at around 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock. So only 3 hours sleeping at night. So this is a high risk pattern. So technology can help us to understand more and more informations. But the problem is we have to doing some response when we get the information. And the first, we have to collect the information and to respond for interactions or interventions to change that habit. And next, so we think about, we applying the very well-known classic theory we call biopsychosocial model. In this theory, we know if we can increase the sociological connections and we can improve their biological or psychological function. That's what the theory tells us. But in the past, as all we know in the past, to create the sociological connection, the cost is very expensive, very high. But right now we have AI, we have a social network, we have internet. As you can see, everyone has Line, WhatsApp, Twitter, Facebook. So it's very easily connect with all the peoples. So the cost of the sociological connection become very, very low. So right now we can use applying those technology to achieve the same condition, the same result is for the improved biological and psychological functions. It's what we trying to integrate the classical theory in the technology development. So we create a social network we call Wakir. So Wakir is a social network. So everyone join in this network, and the network is also an AI. They can profile everyone's health conditions. And if they run high risk, the AI will automatically notify their friend, their family, or even the health workers to immediately solving the problem. But sure, all of you very interested. In the past, we released the social network at 2016. In that time, nobody know what we do, because they don't understand about why you create so complicated like a technology stuff. So why you don't just simply to create like a tool for remote communication like that. But fortunately, after COVID-19 pandemic, and also this year, as all you know, the most famous issue is the metaverse. Okay, everyone start understand what we are doing, because our thinking is similar, almost the same as the metaverse. We just create a virtual world and to digitize all the stakeholders so we can stay together online to doing the health promotions or health improvement exercise. That's what our thinkings in the past. So the first, we have to collect the data. If you have no data, it's impossible to doing virtual behavior, right? So in the very beginning, our job is to create the data, a platform to collect data. So the architecture we combine with social network, health profiling, risk prediction, and health intervention, for example, online consultation like that. And we're trying to record and tracking the data from this social network from people. So we can collecting the data like a daily activity, or vital signs, medication history, or rehabilitation videos, a photo for wound care or for nutrition tracking like that. And also we are the first team, we can integrate the medical record from the National Health Insurance Administration in Taiwan. So the user can, after using us, after we got the permission from user, so we can access their medical data or lab data. So integrate from PHR to EMR, and also integrate the different devices or IoT device, the informations. And then totally we can record around 100 of different indicator, the features from daily information, physical data, environmental or care, or the other for clinical supporting data. And those data integrate together, we can making a lot of analyze or a prediction model, for example, risk, health risk prediction, behavioral analysis, or natural language processing. And then we can send in the notification when it runs high risk. So they will got the AI will sending the notification when it runs high risk. But then we met the problem. The caregiver or care receiver, what they need is for problem solving. they need a solution. It's not data collection. So this is a very interesting thing. We focus so many times, we spend so many time to focus on how to create a data collection tool or get data collection software mechanism. But we are not focused so much on what they need. So after that, in 2019, we transformed our team. We changed our target to analyze more about the caregivers, what they need, what's the requirement. Okay, because sometimes they hate to collect data. Okay, so this is totally different as what our thinking. So in that time, we trying to focus on the solutions, is not focus on the technology. So we create the other strategy to connect with abundant medical professionals through the WalkCare AI. So we provide the various healthcare learning media, live lecture or real-time video consultations, and also the health data analysis. Also, we create more interaction with professionals to solving the caregiver or elders' problems. But we are the technology team, so we couldn't provide the healthcare or medical services. So we open platforms to invite more and more medical professionals to join us. So until right now, we have over 1,300 online experts to join in this team and cover over 15 types of healthcare field. For example, doctor, nurse, dietitian, pharmacist, or physical therapist, a different type of professionals, not only the doctor, okay? Because we are applying for healthcare. It's various different conditions, or they need different solutions. So each professionals, they have their own resume, they have their own channels online. So we allow them to provide their own online consultation service. They can upload their own videos or teaching materials, or they can create their online speech, live speech. And more importantly, we allow them to make their own pricing. So they can set their own pricing for consultation, for videos or speech. So you can see this similar as medical versions of professionalized TikTok like that. Okay. And also they can collect the data from our system to serve their patients. So after we create these mechanisms, so the caregiver or communities, they can apply to use WalkCare for example, video lecture package. They can select the video training package, or they can reserve with professionals for live lectures, or they can make it online one-on-one consultations for solving their problem if they need. Okay, so also we transform the local communities, the elder long-term care center. We transform into like a digital gym or health online centers to them, so they can join together online or in offline to online to join the health promotion exercise. Okay, so this is what we call the future imagination of elderly care. We combine with digital application, personal health management, and online professional services. Okay, but I had to mention one concept. It's about offline and online. In the past, people always thinking about how to extend the offline services, for example, medical service, healthcare service, and relying on online marketing. But the purpose is to reach the people and invite them back to offline to take in services. But we have totally different thinking. we are not doing the offline service. We are doing the pure online services. But what we are doing is to digitalize the stakeholder. We digitalize the organization, the hospital, the community, or the health worker, professionals, and also the elders and the social worker in the communities. We digitalize them so they can join the virtual world to provide the healthcare or medical services. So this is what we are doing. But for sure, if they have a disease issues, we have to send them to offline to make a treatment. That's for sure. Okay, but what we are doing is to invite all of the peoples to join online in the virtual world. And in 2018, we start a project is for rural telehealth project, because the technology is what they need a lot is about the rural area people, the citizens in the rural area or remote area. So we invite a lot of health experts from urban sites and provide service on our platform. And we target on the resident in rural area. And we also collaborate with supporting group like a local government or foundation or NGOs to create a telehealth project in there. So with our target audience about the caregivers in the rural area community and also elders in the rural area communities. So we can provide them the health promotions or professional lecture or online consultations, or we provide the caregivers the function for remote monitoring to their elders and also their capacity building. In the past, all the tasks, all the work is only happen in facility, in the hospital or long-term care center. But right now, okay, we empower the local communities, their elder care center, have the same ability to doing all the things via online services or digital health services. So people always ask me about, hey, Professor Pan, is real, this concept is real or just a concept, you know? So I would like to show you this video I recorded in last year in April. Okay, when I draw my pickup in this road for mountain areas, I measure the internet speed. You can see the internet speed is 13.3 megabit per second. So what it means? It means I can drive in the mountain, in the mountain way. I can watch Netflix or YouTube in the same time. This is a magical things in Taiwan. We have broadband anywhere. So for example, this is other case in the central of Taiwan. This is a high mountain area. In that area have 7 tribes. So one of the tribes, they have a church. The first floor of the church is an elder care center. And I measure the internet in there. The speed is about 95.4 megabit per second. It's extremely fast in there, in the high mountain areas. So I told the press, I say, hey press, you can make the internet cafe in here because your broadband is so good, so great. It's so good for video games, online video games. Yep. So that's we have the infrastructure and we have a Wi-Fi. It's not Wi-Fi. It's about telecoms. We have the broadband coverage in every corner in Taiwan, so we can provide different type of online services to any corner in Taiwan. But we are not just providing the technology stuff, the software or hardware to them, because what they need is solution, right? It's not about the technology. Actually, they don't care about the technology. They're afraid of technology in the rural area. So the most important is the first, we're doing the health survey in the community, in the tribes. Okay, we focus on different points. We end at different points to making the investigations for the condition of elders or for the capacity of the caregivers in the rural area. So you can see every different communities in different locations, they have different types of health conditions. They have different need of education requirement. So this is totally different from a different location, different communities. But in the past, the government only can provide very simple one-way strategy to them, policy to them. But what they need is more personalized because their problem is different. So they have different maps. So, but right now, via the teletechnology, we can provide them the different types, different kind of services for their need. Okay. So our idea is we create an online health promotion strategy. So we help the long-term care institutions in the communities. We provide health educations to the elder and caregivers. Or when the elder or caregiver, they have any health issues, so they can also using the online resources to solve their health problems. But who provide the service is about the healthcare professionals. So they can provide service in anywhere in Taiwan. Okay, so just simply to create this scenario, but in online environment. This example, how elders also online code. But the online code, so you can see the coach is from the Taichung city, and this is the east of Taichung, the other city in the rural area. So the elders join together, and the coach is online, teach them and lead them to doing the exercise, but they can interact because they have a pad or cell phone, so they can see each other's. And the madam who wear the blue shirt is a social worker in the communities. So we ask them to join the lecture because they need to learn to the capacity building to understand how to do the muscle strength enhancement to the elders. So after the lectures, the caregiver, the social worker can do the same. Okay. So this is what we did in Taiwan. We created in the rural areas. We support many communities, the caregiver and senior, to join the digitalized healthcare, health promotion staff. So in 2020, we created more than 3,000 online courses, and we support over 200 communities, and totally it's over 50,000 participants, elders join in the online services, and also invited 1,300 health experts to join to provide online services. So you can see this is different locations located, those communities in Taiwan. But this slide is only to mention about many in the east of Taiwan. Is almost all of the East Taiwan is a rural area. So all the community in there, they are right now doing the virtual care and online telehealth services. But for me, it's not the point, because for us, the only one place for that is online virtual care, virtual world. So no matter what they located, if they have internet, they can join in this online center. You can see it's an online healthcare center to using and the resources online. But after that, we face the other problem is the social worker in the communities. Most of the time they have they lack of knowledges or ability to provide more professional services to the elders. But because they are not their background is not the healthcare professionals. Okay, so it's difficult to them to understand the need or the health condition of their elder in the community. So in 2019, we created the other role we call online healthcare instructor. So we send them the instructor online, also it's online services for in doing investigate to the elders. We want to change the model. In the past, it's a reactive model. We want to change it to a proactive model to recognize the elders' need. So this is an example to show you how the online health investigations in communities. So the instructor will doing the survey to the elders. Too loud. So you can see right now in many of in hundreds of communities, they have the same services, so they can contact with the medical experts online. The health instructor, they can do the survey online to the elders and then send feedback to the social worker in the communities. So the social worker can more understand the need of the elders. Or if they have more personal issues, disease issues, the instructor will reserve a specialist to solving their specific problems via one-on-one consultations. Okay, so this is a very a special case for online grief counseling for elder in rural area. In fact, those elders it's impossible to visit the hospital just for grief counseling because they won't think that's an issue. But right now they can stay at their well-known the community office in their hometown. And they can make a reservation with the expert for online counseling in there. So this is a brand new structure to doing that. Okay. So in here, I would like to summarize it. So we achieved a brand new idea for achieving digital division level of healthcare services through the telehealth in communities. In the past, they have only two options, the self-care or hospital visit, only two ways. But right now, after healthcare digitalization in communities, so we can separate, we can classify, provide more and more services via online technology. So they are not only self-care, they can join the health promotion courses, lectures in the community. They can making group counseling together, or they can making general consultation, one-on-one consultations. Or they have disease issues, they can making the specialist consultation one-on-one in the communities. Or if they have real disease issues, so the specialist or the online expert will ask them to go to hospital. Okay, so this is a new idea right now in Taiwan, the rural areas. We're applying those technology to create a digitalized healthcare services level. And also back to the data collections, so we can establish the personal health data in the communities. So you can collect first personal health data scale for elders in community. That's for survey, for example, physical fitness data, activity or daily living scale. The second is about the personal physical health informations. And the third is medical history. And the first is consultation and health education information. Okay, so we can collect back to data collection. We can obtain different types of data from people, elder or caregivers. So this example to show you Right now, we integrated different communities joined together to doing the exercise online. So this is very lovely because you can see in the past, the community is impossible to invite experts there because it's too far in without experts. This video is recorded from the social media section, and the elder following the coach and saying, "I am the best." This is how lovely the elder is. Okay, but unfortunately, in this year, the COVID-19 outbreak in Taiwan had made. But all the elderly care center is suspended, and elders go back home for self-quarantine. So in that time, the community center shut down. So all the people, elders, the caregivers, the social worker, they need to go back home for self-quarantine. But we very fast, we make a strategy. We publish all the online lectures to our citizens in all of the Taiwan for the elders who stay at home for self-quarantine. So we create a series online healthcare lectures in the COVID-19 pandemic period. We design different lectures for the caregiver at home or the elders, for example, dementia care, nutrition, muscle building, or rehab, or Chinese medicines, like, and so on. So you can see after we open and release all the online resources to whole citizens, so people can easily to join online lecture, similar as what we are doing right now, to join the courses and to doing the exercise or to making online consultation or group counseling with the experts. Okay. So that's a statistics in August. You can see in 1 week, okay, the total applicants, every courses is around many hundreds, but from 200 to 400 people join together. So it's more impact than before. Only maybe 10 or 20 elders stay in the elder care center in the communications. Right now, every courses have hundreds participating elders to join together. In the last week, we created 1,200 online exercise for all the elders. And in the pandemic, so the community also doing very special or creative things. For example, there's one of a rural area in the high mountain area. They call Laiji Township. And the social worker in there, they trying to create different services type, brand new service type, because in the government restrict they shut down the care center, right? So the elder couldn't stay indoor to taking the promotion lecture. So they bring their TV to the outdoor areas for making online to provide the activity to the elder, as you can see. So she moved the big televisions and bring to the outdoor place. So all the elders, they stay together in outdoor to prevent the legal issues. Okay, so they join in there to doing the exercise online in outdoor the place. Okay, but you will curious how they can making in outdoor in the mountain area, in the rural area, how they are doing that in the outdoor place. That's because that is the top one fast measurement I made before in there. They have a 146 megabit per second broadband speed in the rural area. It's a high mountain side. So if you want to drive the car from the city to there, it's around 5 hours. 5 hours travel to the village. So this is also a magical things in there. Okay, and in the pandemic, the people is also knowing how to use the technologies to solving their problem. For example, the elders or the caregivers, they can stay at home and using whatever their cell phone, their laptop to making consultation at home in the COVID-19 pandemic period. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, for me, it's very touch things is the lovely things is we can finally digitalize the very elder to join us, because in the past, those elders, for example, 80 years old or 90 years old, this type of elders, we couldn't help them to access the kind of health promotion service because they doesn't have any cell phone or technology stuff. But as you can see in this video,
膀胱经手臂的外侧三角肌的地方走膀胱经。
in the COVID-19 pandemic, unlike
好，那整个两只手都可以把它放开了。
90 years old or grandfather, they can ask online. Okay, why? Because their son
OK， 那你这个压手臂的动作呢，尽量把你的这只手伸直，然后肩膀
join this online process to doing the
肩膀往下压。
But right now,
有没有感觉拉到
they
更
can
多？
join our
我有看到你们同步
online
跟我一起
services
做的不错，我觉得很棒。哦，虽然你们是社
they
区，
learn,
那
they
也需要可能有社工来帮你协助操作，
and
但是这代表你的 DQ 啦，就是你的资讯力都有提升。那我们
So also from the articles in these years, you can see people are start understand the need of the technology. For example, the telehealth, and the telehealth become the critical tool in addressing the gap of social and health inequities, because in COVID-19 pandemic, everyone is quarantined at home, so everywhere is become rural area, like a rural area. They couldn't access, they have the pain for and the challenge for healthcare. And this is what we are trying to solving, the accessibility, the affordability, and the quality issue via the telehealth technology. Okay, so summarize all we did. In Taiwan, we are the only telehealth solution with comprehensive functions. So we provide data collections, online consultation, video streaming, different type of lectures, and we provide them abundance of online multi-health professionals. It's because we open the platform. You can think it's like a Uber Eats, right? But Uber Eats invite the restaurant, but we invite the health professionals, and we have rich practical application and experience about how to develop this kind of digital service, the workflow digital service to the community of different disease group. And in the end, share with you, our goal is when you open the WalkCare, you can solve in the healthcare issue in any time, anywhere. So this is my presentation. Thanks for your listening. And if you have any idea, welcome to contact TIHTC or contact me, because right now we are developing the multi-language in WalkCare. In next year, we will release English versions, and we're looking for the new languages to develop our system and introduce the WalkCare to different countries. Thank you for your listening. I'm Pan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for your presentation. We finally come to the end of the third presentation. So as Professor Pan said, that there are some impact of digital health. It's like achieving digital deficient level of healthcare services through telehealth in communities. Like before, just using self-care and hospital visit, but now they're using some healthcare digitalizations.
Sorry, I have a big noise, so I couldn't hear clearly. Sorry.
Okay, now we are going to the next section, the submission of the certificate from Ms. Riani to Professor Pandanhao. And now for photo section, for the participants, could you please open your camera? Okay, we're going to the submission of the certificate from Ms. Riani to Professor Pandanhao. Okay, I'm sorry. We would like to take the photo section again. For the participant, could you please open your camera? One, two, three. The second picture, you can use your freestyle. One, two, three. And then the third picture, you can put your certificate from the professor and from the speaker.
Sorry, I didn't receive my certificate, so I can only take photo. It's okay. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, thank you, Professor, for giving us such an informative and interesting presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are the time for questions and answer session. We have 30 minutes for the Q&A session. First, I would like to have 3 questions from the participants. Please raise your hand or you can write your questions on the chat room. First question coming. Sir, this is the first question for you. How is the government socializing the COVID-19 control programs, especially in terms of technology?
Okay, actually, I can only explain the technology part. In Taiwan, our government they encourage all the facility the hospital or a medical health center, they can apply whatever different kind of tools. For example, you can use a Line, WhatsApp, or telecom apps to providing the healthcare services in the COVID-19 pandemic periods. Okay, but the most importantly is their service, people, they couldn't directly to visit the hospital, so they had to quarantine at home. So we break the regulations. The government providing the new strategy to them and encourage the hospital using the social medias, a different kind of apps. So it's not like before, you can only just using the FDA proof the software to provide the telehealth. So this is what the different things in the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay.
Okay. Still for you. Understand technology. Does the government deal with this?
Okay, in Taiwan, every township we have their own elder care center. So a lot of elders, they couldn't use the tele devices or tele technologies, but they have a social worker in there or the caregivers in there. So the first things we training the caregivers and the social worker in the community or in the different township. So they must have the ability to use the technology to serve the elders in the communities. So it's not focused on the citizen, the elders, but we training the health worker and the social workers. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So it's not just focused for the citizen, right?
Yes.
And the next is, there's still some questions for you. Okay. What I know is that there are many immigrants from various countries in Taiwan. How does the Taiwanese government integrate data, especially in controlling the COVID-19 pandemic?
This issue, I think, is very more complicated for me because I'm focused on the technology developments and the telehealth strategy. So about this issue, sorry, maybe I couldn't explain well to you. Sorry about that.
Okay, it's okay. So it's different sectors, right? Okay, the next question. How about online service for elderly, or the elderly has educated to use this online application?
Okay, this is my profession. Actually, the most important thing is first they need to learn how to use a digital application. But if they couldn't use that, we couldn't reach them. But in COVID-19 pandemic periods, all people quarantine at home. So you can see the elders, they have people to support them, their family, their friends, their grandson at home. So they help them to use the kind of applications. But the other thing, most importantly, is about the user interface and the design of user experience. So this is about the design of the apps or applications. You have to analyze the people's behavior, how they use the interface, and you can create the elder specific the interface to them, so they can easily to join the online services. For example, we every week we publish the courses list to them, so they can just simply to click the figures, and they make a permission to join the courses or not. If they click yes, okay, they finish the registrations. And before the lecture, 1 hour before, so the system will notify them directly, so they can just push join, or they can start online courses. So this is how I say to increase the user experience in the technology, in the app. So if you can design it very simply, so elder will know how to use that, because even they are older, they can still understand how to use the very simple cell phone functions like that. Thank you.
Can you explain the provision of essential healthcare help continues?
It just still unmute for me. I can. Okay, thank you for this question. This is a good question for me. About a provision of essential health continuous in Indonesia. It means that even in a pandemic, we must not ignore the health of the medical personnel and other patients in the hospitals. So it is necessary to add inpatient rooms, volunteer workers, and ask health workers to be able to work overtime by getting additional incentives. Request assistance from health worker from areas that have not been affected by COVID-19. And there must be guidelines for health services at a community service center and in hospitals. Maybe that's, I think that's enough. Maybe there's a question for me again. Okay. After undergoing a 5 days quarantine, Indonesian citizens or foreigners traveling from abroad will again undergo COVID-19 with rapid test or PCR retest. And if the test result is negative, the Indonesian citizen or foreigner can continue the journey or go home. But it is recommended to self-quarantine for 14 days and apply health protocols. However, if the result of the COVID-19 rapid test or PCR retest are positive, the Indonesian citizen will be treated at the hospital at a cost borne by the government, while for foreigner at their own expense.
Is there any more for the answer, Ms. Hermawati? Okay, is there any question for Ms. Hermawati? Who is at high risk for COVID-19?
Okay, thank you for this question. Long COVID is more common in women. Women aged over 40 years and patients who have a certain health condition or who have comorbidities, so that we avoid infection with the coronavirus and long COVID. We should do a prevention of COVID-19. First, try to get the COVID-19 vaccine if there are no blocking condition. And second, we should not forget about implementing health protocols. Always wear a mask and keep our distance, and when meeting other people, and always keep our hand clean. Maybe that's all. Mrs. Ka? Anything else? Question?
One question again for you.
Okay.
What are the government steps to maintain the number of COVID like this, or cases of COVID, or just the number of cases of COVID?
Okay. Okay, thank you for this question. The Ministry of Health has a number of tips to maintain the current states of 19 and even continues to try to reduce cases again. The following are the effort made. Number one, handling COVID-19 through detection by increasing epidemiological tests. And the second, increase the ratio of closely tracked contacts. And then effort to trace and monitor the genome of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, or the so-called genomic surveillance. And next, convert beds in hospital as much as 30 until 40% of total hospital capacity. And next, fulfillment of oxygen supply, medical equipment, and human resources. And then deploy backup health personnel, tightening of hospital admission requirements. And then the last, utilization of a centralized isolation. In addition to the effort above, the important thing to do is to vaccinate against COVID-19. Okay, Mrs. Ka? Maybe that's all my answer.
Okay, for the next question, we move to Ms. Aulia. Okay, Ms. Aulia, an impact on behavior changes.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Ka, for the question. Okay, so changes in behavior actually not only occur during a pandemic, as we know that technology also, when we move to another era, such as from 1.0 and then 2.0 era, 3.0, 4.0, and the upcoming is 5.0. So behavioral pattern have also undergone changes. Technology and culture have become one of the driving factors. Behavior has many drivers to change, such as lifestyle, and then reference group, and even personality. So company or some companies usually do some research to predict what is coming. And then now we know that data is really, really important. So the company can find the pattern, what is upcoming through this data. So the strategy could implement to the company or organization. So a lot of organization right now recruit data scientists to help them to find the pattern, what is coming, and then maybe some behavioral change will happen. It will take a short time or long time, short time or long term. So for short word, to deal with the behavioral change, the companies could be do some research to predict, like recruit data science. It is very, very important. And now they need cloud computing to collect the data. But collect the data is not important, but they have to read the data and also make the new strategy. So we know that not everyone will always change their behavior, but we know which one is important to the company, and they have to implement that strategy. So choose the word consumer, or the word yes, consumer, to help them. So not the company not use all the data, but the focus on the data that they need. So they need to be focused. Not all the consumer should be treated like that. Thank you. I think that's all.
Okay, Ms. Aulia. So it's depend on the strategy of the companies deal with, right?
Yes.
Okay, the next question for Ms. Aulia. Change is something that is inevitable. How to be ready to face changes in the business world?
Okay, it's interesting question. In the business era, agility is very important. So now in a business, we know about agility issue. So agility means fast adaptation to face challenges, and not only make a good but right decision on a problem. Furthermore, now is the era of collaboration and not competition anymore. We need a rapid penetration to the market. So how to be ready to face changes in a business world is, first is looking for mentors, and then updating knowledge to be able to predict the trends. Like as we know, in Indonesia, between Gojek and Tokopedia, actually this company had two different line of services, right? But they know that if they are cooperating, a lot of business owner and also consumer will happy. So they have to looking for mentors and then updating knowledge, and also make some cooperation with the other, so it can be boost their business strategy. I think that's all. Any question again?
The essential thing is looking for mentor, adopting knowledge, and looking another mentor, right?
Yes.
Okay, the next question. Is digitalization really the most important thing for business revival in facing this pandemic?
Okay, that's an interesting question again. digitalization is important, but what is important is the management itself. So if we take a look, some of SMEs implement technology too fast, but they cannot maximize the technology. Or in Indonesia, CapTech. So they implement their technology, but they cannot use it. So actually, digitalization is a support, but the core is the organization and management itself. So the first improvement should be prepared in management first, and then they have to maintaining the staffs, and then improve the interpersonal, especially the staff. Maybe technology isn't a big issue for the business owner, but sometimes it could be a big problem for the staff. They cannot operate it, they cannot how to do it with the new technology, they cannot adapt with the new technology. So the business owner have to take care of that issue. So they have to improve the staff first, to maintain the staff first, and then improve their interpersonal, and then if they are ready to implement the technology, then the technology should be implemented like that, Ms. Siska.
Okay, thank you, Miss Aulia, for your answer. Okay.
Is that my last question?
Yes.
Okay, I think it would be, I hope that my answer will help their curiosity.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Pandanhao, Miss Hermawati, and Miss Aulia for your amazing presentation. Because of Mr. Pandanhao has a meeting, so he can attend until the end of this webinar. If you have any more question to Prof. Pan, you can email to us, or you can just write it on the chat room, and we will forward to the Professor Pandanhao. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Ms. Hermawati, and thank you, Ms. Aulia. Our respectable participant, now we are going to the next speaker. Our fourth speaker is Professor Elchin Gasimov. Professor Elchin Gasimov was born in 22 of August 1970 in Baku, USSR or Azerbaijan. He is a citizen of Russia and lives in Samar region. Professor Elchin is the first rector of the Moscow City University. He also being a head of the Samara Center of Education or Municipal Department of Education. He has about 100 publications in the theory and method of teaching of foreign languages, linguistics, discourse, and philology. Hello, Professor, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our fourth speaker, Professor Elchin Gasimov. The time is yours.
I'm going to pull up my presentation. Can everybody see the first slide? So can you see the first slide?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, thank you. Just a moment. Dear friends, dear participants of the World Webinar, dear our friends from Indonesia, the best wishes from Russia. Just a moment about my. Okay. The best wishes from Russia, and our rector, Dr. Professor Galina Kozlovskaya, asked me to introduce here. Let me welcome the participants of the international webinar, and you see in the slides, and wish them success in their work. Only through joint efforts we'll be able to find solutions to many issues of the modern world. The current situation in the world is characterized by extreme tension, instability, and unpredictability. Crisis phenomena are observed in virtually all spheres of human life. It is climate and natural environment, world economy, and international politics, growth of the social herd, and scientific and technological progress impact on the human society. Today, the political, economical, and social intensity in the world has reached heights, and to reduce it, we need dialogue and consensus building, the development of joint ways to overcome the global crisis, meet a sober view of the ongoing global process. For this, it is important to have the most reliable, objective forecast of the development of events. And our webinar is a platform that gives us all the opportunity to answer important questions. The theme of the forum, the synergy of health, business, and technology on recovering on COVID-19 pandemic towards 5.0 points to a major world problem, this unity in today's global world. Nevertheless, in spite of all the difficulties of the moment, we should a regular systematic work on the analysis and generalization of the most dangerous risks, making this an important contribution to solving the problems of managing global threats to humanity. According to the existing classification global risks of the current year, you are divided into 5 groups: economic, environmental, social, technological, geopolitical. However, in the most cases, the impact of particular risks affects more than one specific group. For assigning specific risks to a certain group, the most significant characteristics for each of them are traditionally defined. We emphasize that the group of global economic risks include situations and conditions that have a significant impact on the macroeconomy. These are economic recession in key economies, crisis phenomena in infrastructure systems, instability of prices for energy, raw materials, agro-industrial products, falling asset prices, critical debt burden, decrease in liquidity, inflation pressure, and of course, the pandemic era. Our time is characterized by an increase in the number of the emergencies, extreme natural and weather disasters, which takes human lives, infrastructural, environmental damage, hampering economic development of countries and regions. And digital transformation has touched all areas of human existence, education being among the foremost. The COVID pandemic had caused huge change, not only in business process, but also in minds of people of all the world. Challenges faced by almost all spheres had made us more flexible, thus more sensitive through transformation. It's clear that they are inevitable and urgent, but it remains to be seen whether the world is ready to accept and comprehend all the innovations. The pandemic had boosted great digital changes, and education is not an exception here. Standing on the verge of the fifth industrial revolution, we need to ponder our human role in the digital era. I have already presented this theme at one of the international forums and paid attention again. It's true that education system still performs the same function it always has. Based on academic studies, it aims at providing students with general knowledge and practice in specific fields of learning. Educational process can be totally automated and devoid of human involvement. However, digital reality we are facing today has proved that both teachers and students should acquire new skills. That is why we consider it important to find out the prospects and consequences of this inevitable digital transformation. The worldview is changing alongside with the role and opportunities of teacher personality. Online learning, educational technology, they have turned out to be invaluable services during this pandemic. Their transition was rather sharp, and it had exposed some weak points of educational system in terms of online learning. They include both technological equipment and existing approaches. In a world overloaded with information, clarity is power. Almost everyone can contribute to the discussion about the future of humanity, but few people have a clearer idea of what it should be. Sometimes we don't even notice that this controversy is underway, and we don't understand what the essence of its key issues is. Most of us are not up to it. After all, we have more pressing things to do. We have to go to work, raise children, take care of elderly parents. But unfortunately, history does not give discounts to anyone, even if the future of humanity is decided without your participation, because you were too busy to feed and clothe your children. Then you and your children still cannot avoid the consequences. Who are we? What should we devote our life to? What skills do we need to master? Humanity is facing unprecedented revolutionary changes, and, and all our old stories are crumbling, and the new one that should replace them has not yet appeared. How can we prepare ourselves and our children for a world of such large-scale shocks and fundamental uncertainties? A child born today will be a little over 30 years old in 2050. If nothing happens to the world, the child will live to 21st hundreds and may remain an active member of society even in the 22nd century. What should a child be taught to ensure a decent life in the world as it will be in 2050 or in the 22nd century? What skills will need to find a job, understand what is happening, and navigate the maze of life? In each country, the so-called time periods are different. This is due to the fact that economic processes differ everywhere. We are not talking about a specific time, for example, now, because due to the pandemic, there is an economic downturn all over the world. But if you look at the history over the past 100 years, you can see that there has always been a crisis somewhere, economic crisis, health crisis, and growth somewhere. We also need to understand that not only a pandemic or some global crisis affect us. We live in an era of different generations. The meaning of the theory is that every 20 years, people whose worldview is not similar to the beliefs of the predecessor are born. It may task is to explain the reasons for misunderstanding between people with a significant age difference and thereby to reveal ways of communicating with each of them. The theory of generations is associated with time periods of economic growth in states. It often happens that age-related misunderstanding arise between generations. We fight with our children and parents, both for serious reasons and for small things. Psychologists all over the world have been studying this problem for many years. There are many conclusions on this topic, but the question still remains open. Why there can be such a huge difference in views on life between people who were born with a slight age difference, about 10-20 years. Another significant factor of difference in the modern world among the generation people, people X, Y, Z, is development in science, technology, and method of information transmission. Step by step, the difference between the material and virtual world is erased. Consequently, constant change in the life of society are inevitable. It would seem that until recently people mastered their primary communications, our cavalry communications, but now friends communicate on social network and companies promote a list of their service through the creation of corporate websites and online stores, which is an extremely difficult aspect for the perception of people of the old school. Today, the labor exchange is replenished with millions of young people and girls. Their approach to work and the construction of negotiation scheme are fundamentally different from their predecessors. It cannot be said that is better or worse. This change must be accepted. In fact, many entrepreneurs from the previous generation are concerned about the question of how to find ways to communicate with yesterday's children, namely tools for motivation to increase efficiency. And the new generation by 2025, which is the year when the youngest Alpha generation are born, Generation Alpha will account to 2 billion of the global population, Generation Alpha is considered to be on the most technological and used demographic up to date. Generation Alpha are children born from 2010 to 2025. They are the first generation entirely born within the 21st century. They are also known as a generation. There are children of the millennials. Generation Alpha use smartphones and tablets naturally. These children were born along with the iPhones, iPads, applications. They don't know or can't imagine how life was without them. They are not afraid of technology, of touching buttons to learn what those buttons do. Alphas learn by doing. Generation Alpha is growing up with the familiar voice of Siri, Alisa, Alexa, and Google Assistant in their home. In the world of the alphas, interacting with artificial intelligence and voices assistant is simply natural. Generation Alpha sound like of existing generation. The older alphas at the age 8 are more teach savvy than their predecessors. How are they going to interact with advanced artificial intelligence, which is expected to be mainstream by the time the first alphas reach their 20s? How artificial intelligence technologies are going to impact the life, health, and future of Generation Alpha? Generation Alpha is going to benefit from the technology investment that are changing education. Education that uses the latest technology in class will create a completely different learning experience opportunity for the Alpha children. Schools, educators, educational institutions are going to find it challenging to cope with the demands of Generation Alpha children if they don't update themselves and adopt a new approach to education. For Alpha children, knowledge is acquired by doing and experiencing. Schools will have to provide an environment that ensures this type of learning. Digital era had turned people from information consumer into its producers. Conventional education standards have been disputed lately. The main reason, as we see, is that students don't not get enough experience. They graduated from schools lacking soft skills, which are in high demand. Otherwise stated, they are not digitally ready. Along with hard skills, modern society needs to acknowledge principles of network identification and etiquette, its intercultural aspects. It may seem that digital era will reduce communication, but in fact, Industry 5.0 will give it a boost, making it unlimited. Education system must explicitly acknowledge and include communication as a soft skill, which allows students not just to read, write, and speak fluently, but also to understand, evaluate, and improve their communication in accordance with social and cultural environment. That is partly why Intel had launched Digital Readiness Artificial Intelligence for Use program. It aims at giving young people, mostly high school students, technical and social skills required for responsible use of technologies. In Russia, this program started in July 2020, and in 2021, we already have 45 pilot projects with our 1,000 students from 15 regions participating. Artificial intelligence for use program gives students an opportunity to use AI or artificial intelligence tools to get the mindset required for digital transformation. Students can even take part in creation of artificial intelligence solutions in order to understand their impact and benefits. Moreover, participants of the program will get basic skills at AI, ethics, critical thinking, and problem solving. This program is also unique because it unites young people of different backgrounds. It is flexible and adaptable to students' level of knowledge. Thus, it delivers access to high-level Intel technologies. To conclude, we can state that artificial intelligence is now an integral part of our life. Its implementation is a long-term objective, and the easiest way to get along with it is to learn and acquire possible benefits. As they can be great of technologies are applied slightly and correctly in correspondence with the curriculum. Unfortunately, no one knows what the world will look like in 2050, let alone 2100. And therefore, we cannot answer these questions. Of course, people have never been able to accurately predict the future. By the middle of the 21st century, accelerating change and increase in life expectancy will lead to the fact that the traditional model will become obsolete. Life will be divided into periods, the connection between which will weaken more and more. The question, who am I, will become even more relevant and complex. Only together we will be able to find answers within the framework of a dialogue of culture, intercultural communication, reduce risks, and jointly overcome the challenges of the modern world that happened with the pandemic. And only together we can find the question in our platform, the synergy of health, business, and technology on recovering of COVID-19 pandemic towards 5.0 era. Thank you for my attention.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Okay, we finally come to the end of the first presentation. As Professor said, that there are many changes that have occurred during the pandemic, including education and economic, so that we need to find the right strategies for facing how the pandemic affected. Now, we are going to the next section, the submission of the certificate from Ms. Riani to Professor Elchin Gasimov.
Thank you very much
Thank you,
for the certificate, and I'm very happy to be here today and to be among the participants on the conference.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we remind you again, if you have any questions, you can write it down on the chat room. The question will be summarized and answered at the second Q&A session. Now we are going to the fifth speaker, Mr. Yosef Bakil.
Just a moment.
Okay.
So. Could you, sorry, could you give, to show me again the question?
Okay. So the question for Professor Elchin are,
Okay, thank you very much for your question. It's very, really, it's very interesting about the right assessment about of the online, because I think, because now it's very hot situation now in the world, and not only in Asian countries and in European countries, and I think we should support this action about, and I think, to my mind, yes, I think it's really right.
okay, Professor. We still have another question for you. The next question is, what do you think on dealing with online method study? Sometimes being online for a long time makes students feel bored, tired, and need lots of money to buy data access.
Online, think online methods. Please, because something, could you show me again the question, because some problem with the internet, so I would like to get to say again.
Okay. Sorry.
Maybe distance. I don't know why. What's...
Yeah. The question, the second question.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, absolutely. About online method. If you remember, before pandemic year, we more talk about the online system, about the digital technology, and we only talked. And of course, we, for example, in Russia, we tried to explain that we should use not only offline technology and online technology too. But for example, in the pandemic era, our students, not only students and school children, should be at home, and we began to use this format, the teaching method using the online technology. Really, you are quite right, because for example now the pandemic era, but now the situation in Russia is practically is normal. And our children and students again go to the university and schools. And what we see now? We see that really students wish to be again at home. Not, of course, all students, but some students wish to be at home because, for example, they use some money for transfer to go to the university. And the period pandemic, they were at home. And now, for example, some situation, economic situation, for example, it of course, it was great on that period maybe. And some students prefer to be here. But I think we should use not only offline technology, and we should together both online technology and offline technology. And but today in my speech, I said that now we live in a period of generalization, and our children should use their gadget. Should they like use mobile, smartphone, or iPad and others technology. And for example, we older, I say elderly people, old people, and for example, adults think that is not normal. So of course, sometimes we can't understand them. But I can't agree with the question that students tired from the using the online technology. I think maybe no. And the pandemic era, it's of course, it's a hard period for all people, but pandemic era teach us how we can transform it from one situation to another situation. It's my mind.
Yes, thank you, Professor. Okay, the next question. Using artificial intelligence newest technology in education, would it meet the aims of making better education?
I think it depends upon the situation, it depends upon the era. I can't say that artificial intelligence better, for example, but we should use on the new technology really, which help to organize the educational system. But it's, of course, the question is very interesting, but unfortunately, it's very difficult to answer what is good and what is better and what is worse. I think period only shows what is better.
Okay. Okay, the next question, we still have question for you, Professor. In this pandemic, which sector are most affected in Russia?
Okay. Yes, yes, really very interesting question. Yesterday, I read because I'm the members of the member of the parliament of city parliament. I can answer. Of course, the business sector has a problem, medicine sector, and of course we have and educational sector too, because now we have the problem with the teacher staff. A lot of elderly teachers who work before pandemic, after pandemic, they unfortunately couldn't use the new technology, online technology, decided not to work. And so really we have this problem. For example, yesterday we discussed how to find new teachers for schools, because this is very problem. For example, in my city now we need about 600 teachers for schools. Of course, some problems with in a business, but our government allocated large funds to support the population and of course the support of the business too.
Okay, Professor. So it's not affected only in one sector, right? It's almost all sector affected by this pandemic. Okay, thank you, Professor. For the participant, is there another question? If you have question, you can just raise your hand. Okay, the next section is taking a picture. For the participant, could you please open your camera? Okay, thank you, Professor Echin.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, because our first speaker has a technical problems, so we have 5 minutes break.
Saat semua menghilang, kau tetap setia menjaga. Kau berkorban tanpa suara demi senyum yang lain. Saat semua tertidur, kau terjaga sepanjang waktu. Lupakan lelah ragamu demi raga yang lain. Dunia telah tersenyum melihat kau bertaruh nyawa. Tak pedulikan yang kau punya demi raga yang lain. Engkau pahlawan dunia, Tuhan yang kan membalas semua. Jerih lelah yang tak ternilai demi raga yang lain. Walau hampir tiada sudut untukmu menghela nafasmu, teriring doa untukmu, suara ini untukmu. Dunia telah tersenyum melihat kau bertaruh nyawa. Tak pedulikan yang kau punya demi raga yang lain. Engkau pahlawan dunia, Tuhan yang kan membalas semua. Jerih lelah yang tak ternilai demi raga yang
caritane joget iki uripe para kawula nggone caritane joget iki uripe para kawula nggone ngendi rejekine parkiran kebun raya Indra kilo mojo songo kalebu ing desa caritane prapanca joget iki uripe para kawula mending direjeki parkiran kebun raya Indra kawula ing wewengkon aja songo kebun raya Indra caritane prapanca joget iki uripe para kawula mending direjeki parkiran kebun raya Indra Kila kawula ing wewengkon aja songo kebun raya Indra Kila bakul sombe wis mesti murah tapi anak bojo badya mulya besone bakul sombe jadi wata jadi iki mono nyambut gawe kaya mencukupi bakul some alhamdulillah amuji syukur bojo kang maha luhur 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 bakul syukur
we are going to the fifth speaker, Mr. Yosef Bakil. Mr. Yosef Bakil is a researcher in public law and political science in Faculty of Law, Hasan First University. Not only being a member of Laboratory of Research on Comparative Democratic Transition, he also member of the Observatory of Research on Participatory Democracy and Civil Society. Mr. Yosef Bakil is a legal advisor in clinical juridic and the General Secretary of Center of Research and Studies on Migration and Human Rights. Mr. Yosef also being the National Coordinator of Students for Liberty, which means of the international organization created in USA and have departments in all world countries. Hello, Professor, are you there?
Hello and good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our fifth speaker, Mr. Yosef Bakil. The time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Gatti, for presenting me and also for inviting me to this nice webinar conference. As well as I would like to thank all the organizers and the speakers and the participants here in this conference today. So to be quickly, we start my presentation. It's about, of course, some solutions to or some solutions for a new start of economy and the business after COVID-19 pandemic. So in my opinion, the first solution that we should do is about creating the tide relaunch map. The crisis has shattered many of the assumptions and tools business leaders ready on for decision making, but for their start, they will need to define a solid framework for action in a highly volatile environment. The best approach is to develop a detailed launch map, country by country, set by set, segment by segment, customer by customer, and product by product, in order to prioritize recovery opportunities. This map will guide production, supply chain, and marketing and sale efforts and help determining a recovery timeline for each set. It will also enable business leaders to get a head start on reassessing investment and prospect for changing the geography of their value chain. For example, thought relocation as assets if its money be appropriate to freeze some planned or an ongoing project until the company has the capacity to assess them. Solution number 2, providing customers with safety guarantees that restore trust. Emerging from lockdown, clients will be more vigilant about health and increase their demands of safety. Companies will need to provide products and services that adhere to the most rigorous health and safety conditions, and be able to show or explain them to clients. 2 avenues for action could be considered. Define conditions for a safe experience for customers in Asia. This has led to the introduction of new practice such as temperature control at the entrance of stores, the provision of hydroalcoholic gel in retail outlets and on public transports, the generalized use of contactless method for both payment and delivery, the development of remote assistant or maintenance service, to extension, etc. Proactively communicate about measures implemented that may not be visible to customers in back office production or storage seats. This could be end-to-end process, minimizing human handling, testing product, of course, procedures across the entire supply chain, traceability of components, of strict application of the highest sanitary standards in infrastructures and on everything in the supply chain, especially in the food sector. Solution number 3, safeguarding the health of employees. Many employees are eager to return to work, but many are also worried about being able to do so safely. Companies will need to both reassure employees about safety and find ways to motivate them in a post-lockdown world. 3 simultaneous action will be needed. Ensure employees' safety in the workplace. The top priority will be to strictly control access to the workplace in accordance with national regulations. That may mean implementing measures such as checking employees' temperature at the entrance of building and imposing a period of quarantine for those, of course, who fall ill. Remote work should be encouraged in order to minimize travel. Some categories of employees have shown that they can do almost all their work remotely and are likely to continue doing so without any significant impact on their activity. The lockdown period has also demonstrated that many processes can be shifted to remote work in parallel. Managers should focus on reducing the density of office space by redesigning the workspace. This can be done by delimiting safe area to prevent contagion, configuring them to ensure there are no skies shortages, or by altering working hours, throughout shifts and daily relations. Company will also need to apply new hygiene and safety measures, such as a physical distancing and provision of masks, of course, of masks and the single-use utensils. It will be crucial to communicate actively about these measures. The first priority will be to establish the information and the validation mechanism for the protocols adopted with the public authorities. Big companies will also need to have effective internal communication, particularly on the impact of protection measures. This could focus on indicator or meaningful milestones such as more than 10 days without new cases. How rigorously and efficiently companies implement the new standard will determine the confidence and commitment of employees. Extend protection measure to employee outside the office. It has been done by multinational and Southeast Asia and China. For example, some companies will want to encourage individual travel for communicating to and from work, or provide employees with safety equipment, hydroalcoholic gel masks, gloves for personal use. Human Resource Department can also, in accordance with national regulations, help make tracking technologies available to staff to prevent resurgence of the virus. Removalese employees beyond their safety concerns employees will raise questions about the extent to which new ways of working adopted during the lockdown will become the new normal. Many way have experienced confinement as an order, of course. The new normal many way have experienced confinement as an order. It is possible that the experience will generate concern and that they may even family pressure to delay the physical return to their jobs in China. For example, abstention rates in factories have increased from 5% pre-lockdown to 20% after the end of lockdown. It will thus be necessary to restore a sense of meaning and clear direction for all, an essential basis in the purpose of the company and the way that this is enshrined in all activities and the strategy. Finally, it will be critical to strengthen the organization's ability to monitor well-being at work and detect signs of fragility. This will mean continuing in the spirit of transparency and the empathy that developed during lockdown. So solution number 4, routine operations and supply chain. The optimal restart of operations requires returning to the market at the desired speed to serve the demand accurately during lockdown, but without going faster than the pace of recovery. At the same time, the CEOs will seek to consolidate their company's competitive position. Several propositions must be secure the supply chain on strategic procurement, for example, booking track capacity until freight return to normal, as well as for operational process that are critical to ensure recovery. For example, companies may have to convert some production in order to cover their needs for essential equipment such as masks, gloves, or hydroalcoholic gel. Strengthen the company's ability to anticipate and meet demand to include adjusting the ramp-up speed to avoid generating new stocks of finished products for which customers may be few and far between. Among the best practice in this area is the establishment of a control tower with end-to-end visibility on different demand scenarios. Inventory, movement, production, development, and associated logistics. This tower can be used to identify and track strategic indicators related to inventories, coverage rate, availability of new materials. Above all, this will enable a company to test the robustness of its ecosystem, assessing the long-term strength of its main components, suppliers, partners, and distributors, of course, and the need to act with them using risk, heat maps, identifying alternatives, accelerated vendors qualification process, or targeted support in some cases. So for solution number 5, shifting IT and technology to restart mode. From the restart of lockdown, chief information offers and chief technology officers have made heroic efforts to cope with spiraling new demands against high deadlines. They have had to orchestrate to massive and sudden switch to remote work for employees, using a new collaborative tools in a way that's in both efficient and cyber secure. They have had to ramp up digital channels to serve customers, even as they solidify their company IT infrastructure at a time of very large load increase. For all these achievements, there's still an opportunity to do more. The importance of digital to customers, suppliers, and to the entire economy has rapidly accelerated, and executive must speed up their digitalization plans. On the technology front, 3 priority actions must be launched to ensure a successful restart. Accelerate digital transformation to serve new customers and employees need. The IT infrastructure must be relevant, secure, and able to meet the emerging expectation of both customers and internally. On the customer side, we measured, for example, that 55% of customers in China are likely to continue shopping online after the end of lockdown. In the face of such growth, the reliability and development of digital sales platforms will be a key challenge for distributing. In another example, several car manufacturers in Asia have developed virtual showrooms that allow a customer to visit dealership for their home and are now working to integrate such innovation into a new end-to-end digital journey. Executive will need to draw up a business-led technology roadmap to accelerate their digital transformation with urgency and build new digital business. On the employee side, the crisis saw rapid growth in adoption of technological solutions. Maintaining these solutions sustainably will require more employees training in the use of new tools that can raise their performance, as well as training in cybersecurity best practice. More companies heading into the crisis already has a digital transformation agenda, but too often it was a collection of sub-scale pilot with insufficient top-down alignment and business leadership, or insufficiently linked to business objectives. Now in the time to rethink and raise the aspiration. Improve data-driven decision-making and data availability in the care of a partial restart of production line. For example, the reconfiguration of the supply chain will require to calculation of a new optimum from commercial, logistics, and production data. Additional data source must also be considered to inform strategic and operational decision. For instance, some distribution companies are adapting their inventory forecasting model based on public propagation or progression data from COVID-19 at the regional level during lockdown. We have seen rapidly evolving consumer sentiment and channel preference after the restart that will likely not go back to the way everything was previously. Marketers will need more granular data to steer their digital marketing and media spend in order to simulate demand with greater precision. Algorithm trained on a pre-pandemic world, and the assumptions on digital adoption rates will need to be revisited. Rethink the portfolio of IT projects and technology spending, they expect decline in revenue in most sectors will result in pressure on cost and investment capacity in the short term. At the same time, internal work from home collaboration tools with the C growing adapting, and the executive will want to accelerate their digital transformation to meet e-commerce demand. The CEO and the CTO must prioritize their technology program projects and pushes accordingly in order to meet a dual objective, namely to contribute to a reduction in the company cost base during the crisis, while absorbing new technological investment needed to restart and to build or further scale digital business. The imperative is to be much more relevant in digital ecosystem. So solution number 6 is steering the start with care. The dual priority in this area will be as follows. Increase the speed of decision making, successfully restart with care, addressing a large number of independent issues simultaneously. Many go beyond the usual corporate governance framework because of their scarce complexity and the speed of response. They require cross-management hubs set up for the time of lockdown provide a solid foundation to navigate these issues. Their area of specialization, protection of employees, stabilization of operations, customers engagement, and the conduct of financial stress tests remain relevant even after business resumes. It will be important to maintain the flexibility, speed of execution, and simplify decisions and reporting lines of these crisis management hubs. To initiate the subsequent phase of the actual recovery, a plan ahead team is needed. This focus on give goals to ensure the safest decision of the company for the coming months. Regularly establishing situational assessment, developing potential scenarios, designing and adapting the strategic roadmap, determining the tactical action and movements to be entered in each scenario, and identifying trigger their soul, allowing the organization in act systemically at the right time. Provide impetus to optimal use of working capital. Management of working capital requires special attention to ensure that cash flows will be sufficient to cope with the shock of the crisis and the recovery. Regardless of which scenario take place, companies must model their financial data in each scenario and systemically identify factors that could affect liquidity. For each of these factors, companies can determine appropriate measures to preserve their financial resilience. Indeed, the restart please is likely to further increase the liquidity pressure. Suppliers and customers themselves looking for working capital will lobby for advantageous payment terms. It should be answered in a targeted way. For example, some companies have used their current capital to stabilize demand or supply. These include telecom operational in United States that have shopped cutting offline for in paid bids of Unilever, which has launched a 515 million cash facility plan for its suppliers. Beyond the working capital, it will be crucial to closely manage the balance sheet on the one hand by reviewing existing credit or debt contracts and possibly renegotiating them, and on the other hand by assessing the appropriateness of making greater use of long-term financing in bond or capital for the compensant for the burden of short-term losses. So the last solution number 7, to restart the economy and the business after COVID-19 era. It's about sustaining value creation born from crisis and reinvesting in recovery. Many companies with the ability to continue at least partially during confinement period had to design and adopt a radically new and restrained operation model within a few days. Some have succeeded in pivoting a large part of their activities. Companies, particularly in professional service, have managed to increase their work from home rate from 5% to 90% in a matter of days. All companies have been forced to eliminate travel while preserving their capacity to operate by video conference. Others have had to resize their teams, make their business model more flexible, shorten decision chain, streamline their process, and even convert their production lines. Finally, the skills of the staff have sometimes been developed in a hurry across multiple dimensions in the business aspects, as well as in terms of piloting and execution, accountability, a stronger sense of initiative, greater versatility, and so on. In many situations, the crisis has been an opportunity to strengthen relationship with large customers and solidify the suppliers ecosystem. Having navigated through this collective order, many companies can strengthen partnership relations with the stakeholders in their environment. In some business segment, dramatic productivity gain and agility have been achieved for leaders. It is now important to determine which of the developments imposed by circumstances may have generated value financially, operationally, and for their people. Some of this could then be incorporated into future thinking about the reorganization of work and reinventing the business model. So that's all about my presentation, of course. I hope I am not too long. I hope you hear me so good and you understand all what I push in this presentation of informations, of course, about the solutions, in my opinion, about a good restart of or a safe or a successful restart of business and the economy after COVID-19 era. Thank you, everyone, for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Joseph. And then, but companies and employees need to have some mission of the method of to increase their profit product for facing this pandemic COVID-19. So not only the companies have their responsibility, but also their employees. And of course, there are some strategies need to deal with this pandemic COVID-19 situation. Okay, now we are going to the next section, the submission of the certificate from Ms. Riani to Professor Yosef. Okay, the next session is discussion and answer session. So is there any questions for Mr. Yosef?
Excuse me, Madam. I want just to say for all the participants that I will share my presentation because it's too long. I cannot, of course, share online now in discussion all the information that I put in this PPT or this document, of course. So I will share with you the documents and maybe you can share it with all the participants if you can, of course.
Sure, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Professor.
Thank you.
The question? The first question for you, how does a company maintain the health of its employees during this pandemic when its employees live in the different areas?
Can you repeat the question? I don't see it, of course, or can you put it in the screen, please?
Okay.
How does a company maintain the health of its employee during this pandemic with its employee live in different area? I think you talk about the time of pandemic.
Yes.
The time of the confinement. Yes, I think all the companies. I talk here about Morocco. We don't have offline work. We have just work from their home. So that's why we can talk about a strategy of preserve their own employees. But after COVID, we try to restart the offline work, of course. And in this topic, we can talking about the masks and the hydraulic gel, the hydroalcoholic gel, and the boots and every sanitary measures taken by every companies here.
Okay. We still have another question. In Morocco, what is the policy of company if there are employees who are exposed to COVID-19? And what company which the most getting an impact of COVID-19?
Can you just show the question in the screen, please? Can I read it? Because I don't hear you so good. In Morocco, what is the policy of the company if there are employees who are exposed to COVID-19 and what company which the most getting in? Okay. If some employees have a COVID-19 virus, so he will do the treatment, medical treatment, and he will stay in their home in 14 days. And after that, he will do a test of coronavirus. If of course it's positive, he will stay another 14 days. And after that, if it's negative, he will start again their work. Offline, of course.
Okay. We still have 2 questions for you.
It's a good question. Sincerely, we have a big strategy by the new government. By the way, we have a new government after the last election, before 2 months, I think, yes. So we have now a new government and a new financial law, annual financial law. So we have a big strategy to restart economy and business by promoting the small companies and to have a new project, to have a new partnership with an international, of course, I talk about the international issue and the national issue to promote the companies that affected by COVID-19. So it's a big strategy, and I hope we can talk about it more in the next conferences, maybe.
Okay, Professor. The last question.
The restriction implementing, of course, by the Moroccan government or the Moroccan authorities, it's for all the people in Morocco, not just for the foreigners or for the local. It's the same restrictions. So we don't discriminate by foreigners and the local in the restrictions file. It's the same restriction taken by all the countries. I think it's the same. The distance, social distanciations, and online working, online teaching, every measures taken by all the governments, I think, in all countries.
Yes, I think it's the same thing of the challenging
Yes.
of other countries.
Yes, that's what I think too.
Okay, Professor, thank you for giving us such an informative and interesting presentation. So now for the photo section, for the participant, could you please open your camera? Okay, thank
I hope I am showing so good, because I am not in my home because I am in work travel, so I am in just a hotel. I excuse for all that. It's good now. The screen is good. You can see me so good.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of this international webinar. I wish this topic of our international webinar today giving us some benefits of how to make the synergy of multidisciplines area, including health, business, and technology, on recovering of pandemic COVID-19 toward 5.0 era. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, I will hand it off to Ms. Gati. Thank you for your participation and good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Siska and all the speakers. Now we are come to the closing session of international webinar. We would like to thank to all those who have participated in this webinar. Ms. Riani Wulandari, along with the staff, Mrs. Hermawati, Ms. Aulia, Prof. Panranhao, Prof. Elsin, Prof. Yosef. I know it is early and so early in the morning in Morocco and Russia, but thank you very much. Thank you for having with us here. And all participants, thank you for being stayed in tune with us from the beginning until now. We remind again, don't forget to have fill your initial absences and then evaluation absences. The certificate is given to participants who have registered and filled the initial absences and then evaluation absences. Pay attention, writing the correct name. COVID-19 pandemic is still here, so we hope all the participants to take care of yourself from COVID-19 by washing your hands, maintain physical distancing, wear a mask, minimize mobilization, and don't forget to take your vaccination. Also, we apologize if during this activity there were mistakes, and we are sorry for inconvenience. Thank you, everyone. And let's end this international webinar by saying Alhamdulillah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Good afternoon, everyone, and see you on the next international event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome to Aisyiyah University of Surakarta. Aisyiyah University of Surakarta is a higher education institution owned by the Aisyiyah organization, the biggest Islamic women organization in Indonesia. We are the transformation from Aisyiyah Surakarta Health Sciences College and officially transformed on February 18, 2020. Having a future vision to become a superior competitive university based on Islamic values, progressing at the national level by 2025, the campus has been accredited B, and in 2020, it became the best Aisyiyah college in Indonesia. According to Simkat Mawar version, we have two main campuses in Surakarta City. There are 3 faculties and 9 study programs such as Faculty of Health Sciences, focus on nursing, midwifery, and physiotherapy. Faculty of Economics and Business, focus on business retail management and entrepreneurship. Faculty of Science and Technology, focus on system and information technology. To improve the education quality for the whole campus family, we provide digital library, multimedia, CBD, clinical laboratory, entrepreneurship, integrated mini hospital, Aisyiyah Medical Center, full AC classroom, digital-based service system, canteen and sports arena. And we have cooperation with a lot of campuses in Asia and Europe. In addition, the campus also holds job fair activities every year to absorb campus graduates into the world of work. And what's different from other campuses? Aisyiyah University Surakarta has the most affordable tuition fees in Solo Raya and the only university belonging to the largest women's organization in Indonesia. So what are you waiting for? Come join us, Aisyiyah University of Surakarta, leading in character qualities.